to call my brother to say happy birthday.
My brother.
Mayor, I think you right. Yeah, let me do that again. It's not going.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We're here for the Tuesday, November 21st, 2023 City Council meeting, City of Marina. And we've just called ourselves to order. There's 5 of us present. And if there's no changes to closed session,
Mayor, there are no changes to closed session.
then we'll ask anyone in the public, is there any comment you would like to make or questions regarding any item on our closed session agenda? Seeing no one in person that wants to speak. Who is our attendee? Is that Fred? All right, so seeing no hands being raised, we'll close public comment on our closed session agenda. And we'll come back here at 6:30 for our open session after closed. All right, welcome and good evening, everybody. We've come out of a closed session since 5. I apologize that we are 20 minutes late, but I'll turn it over now to our city attorney to summarize our closed session. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, public. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 5 separate items. They met with legal counsel on existing litigation as noted on the agenda. There was also a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 1 case, and then there were 3 real property negotiation matters. As to all items, an update was provided to the council. Direction was provided, but there is no reportable action.
All right, thank you, Heidi. So at this time, I wanted to ask Glenn Woodson if he might lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence. Glenn, would you do that for us? All right, so please stand for a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for being a good sport, Glenn.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I just have to make a correction as to the existing litigation. My firm has a conflict of interest, so I did not attend the legal counsel, the first session, the 3 matters of existing litigation that was attended by special counsel for the city. And as to that item, the mayor or the city manager can report out as to that.
So on those items, information was provided to us by our special counsel and direction was given to staff on how to proceed with those matters. We have a couple presentations that I'm looking forward to, but I want to let everyone know early as possible, and I'll repeat this later, that we have pulled the mural item, which is 10F2 off the agenda tonight, and it will be come back to us at a date uncertain. And the public comment on matters that are not consent will be at the end of tonight's meeting rather than the start where they're placed now. But for now, we're going to hear a couple presentations and then council and staff announcements, and then consent agenda items only, public comment. So that's how tonight's agenda is being reordered. But at this time, we're going to invite Lisa from Monterey
Point of
Solutions.
order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Actually, it's really a point of clarification. So because we're pulling the item, does that mean that it is not on consent?
Correct. They can still comment on it on public comment, but because it's no longer an item of business.
Okay.
And they can still comment on the consent agenda at the same time they normally do.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear for the public because I suspect many people want to talk about the mural, but that time would be at the regular public comment period at the beginning of the meeting.
that public comment period has been moved to the
To
end.
the end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, we'll ask Lisa Reimheimer to come on up for the Monterey Salinas Transit annual update. Thank you, Lisa, for being here.
Thank you. That was a good assist. Good evening, Mayor, council members, distinguished guests and staff. I'll be giving a presentation this evening on MST's annual update. We try to do this every few years. COVID obviously knocked us off balance, but we're presenting here this evening, as well as my CEO and general manager is at the city of Monterey. I've given a presentation also to the city of Salinas as well as Greenfield. So we're providing this annual update to you this evening. Next slide, please. As you know, we have 13-member jurisdiction. Of course, city council member Lisbeth Fisher is on our board, as well as the rest of them you see here. Next slide. So MST's mission and really what we do is advocate and deliver quality public transportation as a leader within our community and industry. And we reimagined recently how we communicate our vision. We are connecting communities, creating opportunity, and being kind to our planet, and value safety, friendliness, dependability, diversity, and achievement in everything that we do. Next slide. In 2023, we served 2.2 million passengers in our region, an increase of 19.4% over the previous year. So we're rebounding slowly from the depression of passengers during the pandemic. Where our riders want to go are mostly for work, but they're also going to shopping, essential trips, to healthcare, as well as schools and college. Next slide. And why they use transit is because there's no car available or they're unable to drive. And then the cost of car ownership is a contributing factor as to why our riders use transit. Next slide. So if MST were not around, we wanted to understand what our passengers would do without transit. And in this pie, you can see that our passengers really rely on MST and others to get around our communities. Only 12% would drive themselves. Others would take an Uber, taxi, etc. Next slide. So this is all about us in Marina. I'll say us because I live here too. MST serves Marina with 5 different routes: local routes, regional routes, veteran services routes, or route. Next slide. And in 2023, MST served over 100,000 riders on our fixed route system. That's usually the larger buses that go from point A to point B to point C. And then on the rides program, that's our Americans with Disabilities Act paratransit program. Over 8,900 passengers were served here in the city of Marina. In fact, the city of Marina has the 4th highest ridership out of all of the jurisdictions that we serve. So it's pretty robust in terms of need. 1% of the residents here use public transportation to get to work, and the vast majority of the city is served by public transportation within a half a mile of a transit stop. The most popular in terms of ridership are the Marina Transit Exchange on reservation, the CSUMB 4th and Alumni Visitor Center, serving, of course, CSUMB, and then the Palm and Del Monte stop just across the road. Next slide. And here you can see the top boardings and alightings. Boardings are locations where passengers get onto the bus. Alightings are where passengers get off of the bus. And you can see from January to September of this year where the top boardings are. Of course, I already mentioned Marina Transit Exchange and CSUMB, but also Del Monte Reservation. And then the Dunes is actually a pretty popular stop as well. Next slide. So MST has converted its bigger buses from diesel to renewable biofuel on all of its larger vehicles. We we are going to be placing an order, back please. We'll be placing an order for these zero emission buses this winter, converting our entire fleet to zero emissions. Our services remove the equivalent of 110,000 vehicle trips from area roadways on a monthly basis. And we reduce greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of about 220 acres of forest sequestered on a monthly basis. 74% of our passengers think that reducing greenhouse gas emissions is important. Next slide. And that's what the future of MST buses look like. Those are our zero emission vehicles, and we'll be transitioning next. So we also survey our community members who actually don't use transit, and the majority of them felt that MST services are valuable to our communities. It's important to support public transportation in terms of funding, as well as, I don't know what's happening with the slides. There's a gremlin in there. They also support greater levels of funding for transit services, and many of them are familiar with what we do. Next slide. And here's our budget, $58 million budget. We do have an operating deficit of $4.5 million. We're using reserves at the moment to support our budget. Next slide. It mostly comes from state and federal sources, as well as a little bit of local. In terms of where our monies get spent, it's largely on people. The folks who live in our communities, labor and benefits, those are our coach operators, those are our drivers, those are the people that are welcoming riders on board the bus, as well as purchase transportation. Those are the smaller buses that you see going around the community, supporting our seniors. Next slide. So Measure Q was passed in 2014. This is a sales tax measure for services to support transportation for veterans, seniors, and persons with disabilities. And it supports our rides, ADA, paratransit services, the door-to-door services for people who can't quite get to a bus stop, as well as senior shuttles, taxi vouchers, et cetera. And then the Measure X program on the next slide is from the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, where there are money set aside for local streets and roads, and I'm assuming you all are able to access those for pavement, rehab, and what have you. But 7% of it goes to MST for Highway 1 Rapid Bus Corridor, as well as the Salinas Valley Transit Centers. Next slide. Some of our recent accomplishments are that we were nationally recognized for our COVID response and recovery. We completed a new South County operations and maintenance facility in fall of 2021 to support our services. We implemented a university and college pass program. So folks at CSUMB, MPC, Hartnell can use their enrollment pass to board MST buses. We implemented a contactless credit, debit, e-wallet card system. I'll go into that in a little bit. We implemented a van pool program and implemented a better bus network. I'll also get into that one. So we've got a lot under our belt in these last few years. Next slide. So hopefully this works. There's a little video in there, but this is our contactless fare payment system where and a person can use their credit card that they use at the grocery store or at the Cafe Mia or wherever. They can tap on this device that you see here. There you go. Or their mobile wallet, and that's their fare. And what it did for our passengers is it introduced fare capping, which means essentially you can tap on there 100 times a day and you'll only ever get charged $6 for that daily fare. You won't ever get charged more than the weekly or the monthly amount. So baked into that device is a sort of like the max you'll ever pay for that particular day. We've also implemented a discount. So we currently charge $2 for 2 hours. And there's a discount for people who have who are elderly or they have a veteran status. And so we've implemented that discount into this fare payment system as well. So it's been pretty successful. We'd like to get more people from cash into the contactless fare, because you don't actually have to have a bank account to be able to get a contactless card, which is great. Next slide. So in terms of our Better Bus Network, that was introduced to our customers last year in December, and it rebalanced our services so that 40% go to the greater Monterey Peninsula area, 40% go to the greater Salinas area, and the rest is regional routes. So we wanted to focus our efforts on the high demand, high need areas where people need it most. And we actually have more direct routes, and we've timed our bus connections, so people usually will not wait more than 5 minutes to get another connection. So we have reduced the amount of travel time on MST buses because of it. And we lowered our fares from a 3-tier system to just the $2 for 2 hours or $1 discount for 2 hours. Next slide. So what's the future of MST? Can you press play on that one? Okay, there we go. The future of MST. Okay, next slide. So our major projects are the Surf Busway and Bus Rapid Transit project. You all know we've had this, we've presented before. We have a Salinas operations and maintenance facility need. We have an older facility that's built in 1981. We've kind of outgrown it, so we have a need to build a new one. Up in the future will be a connection to the downtown Salinas area with a Salinas-Alisal Bus Rapid Transit corridor. We have an unfunded mandate to convert our entire fleet to zero emission vehicles by 2040. It's $100 million plus mandate that we're making progress towards, but we're certainly not there yet. And that includes the support infrastructure to charge those vehicles. And if we're going with hydrogen, we don't have hydrogen here yet, but it is a mandate for us to get to that place by 2040. Next slide. So I'm going to go quickly through the SURF because I've presented to council here on the SURF project. Next slide. One thing I will say, if I can be so bold, is that I know you're working on a downtown vitalization specific plan at the moment. And our thought with the SURF project, especially in the downtown area, to support those efforts in how we design, how we decide which types of plants go in, what type of fencing, where there needs to be fencing, and support what the city is doing in terms of that downtown plan. We'll also be making better trail connections to the state parks area for residents, so they don't have to cross over the tracks and walk through dirt to get to Beach Range Road. On this one, we'll have zero emission vehicles only on the SURF corridor, and it also preserves that corridor for the future when and if rail becomes a viable option here. Next slide. So we've done a tremendous amount of public outreach on this starting in 2020. We've had over 115 meetings or outreach events or presentations on the project, reaching over 3,900 people. Specifically in Marina, we've had 20 plus different types of touch points. And this is a rendering of the Palm and Del Monte area. And we have a survey out, a Slido survey where the 42 people that responded rated this rendering 78% 4 stars or 5 stars. Next slide. So this is my last slide. Some of the major challenges that we have specifically for MST is the restoration of the local economy and specifically employee recruitment. So I implore you, if you know anybody who wants to be a coach operator, please come and see MST. We are hiring. And that's the biggest challenge we have right now. We would deliver more service to our community, but it's stifled by our ability to hire coach operators. And those aren't the types of jobs that can work from home. You really do need an individual person that's safe, that's courteous, and has an eye for, getting to places on time. So we are hiring. I don't really need to go into federal government dysfunction. You all know that, but it is a challenge for us too, because we do get a lot of our federal funds from the federal government. We have the zero emission bus regulations, and along with that is the workforce development to work on those zero emission vehicles, because they are different than internal combustion engines. Also, land use decisions impact MST. We had put together a transit-oriented development planning study, and the bus stops that we can put in are ones where there's big enough space for us to be able to meet the Americans with Disabilities Act standards. So those are some of our recent efforts. We have changing demographics of the region, so that's partly why we implemented the Better Bus Network, so that we could make sure that we're responsive to that change. And then finally, the SB 125 challenge. This is a state budget and state legislation that was intended to provide support for transit agencies to prevent problems with budgets and to prevent cutting service to transit passengers. This money is funneled through the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, TAMC, and there are some differences of where this money should go. So MST is advocating for our efforts in that regard. So with that, I will stop and answer questions if you have them.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I appreciate it. I have a few questions, two from youth constituents and one from myself. The one that I'm interested in is, I understand that there might be some legislation out there to make rides on the bus for youth free. Can you provide an update and what impact, if any, that would have on your either ridership or financial support?
That's a good question. I know there's been a lot of talk about free transportation, just kind of in general. I'd have to get back to you on that specific legislation and whether it's an opt-in type of thing. One of the things that we did during the pandemic was offer free transportation from about March to August of 2020. And one of the challenges that we had in that period was the number of coach operator assaults from people who are non-destination riders. And so it is a bit of a safety concern for us to be able to have just everybody travel for free. But with the youth, we do have some programs that help reduce the cost through the MPUSD and student youth program, where they're significantly lower cost than our regular monthly pass. But I'll have to get back to you on that specific legislation that you're talking about.
Thank you for that. And as having youth who ride the bus, they had some questions. One was, many students ride the bus. What safety is provided for mentally ill individuals or those that may be experiencing crisis? What can they do when they're being either accosted, or what safety features are in place?
Okay, so as I understand the question, the concern is for youth who are riding transit and there's another passenger there that may make them feel uncomfortable or a little concerned for their safety.
Sure, it could be youth or it could be anybody.
Anybody, okay. So the safety features that we have on board our buses are, I don't even know how many cameras we have on board our buses, but there are a lot, and we can get pretty much any angle you want on board the buses. The driver is also there to ensure the safety of that vehicle and the passengers in it. So I'd say the first would be the driver, and then we have the ability to look at the the cameras and video footage that happens on board the bus. If there's an incident, an individual should let the driver know. And if it's severe enough, the driver should be able to pull the bus over, contact emergency services if needed. I'll give you a little story about someone in South County. I believe they were in Soledad. We had an emergency call from CHP to our communications center. That call was from CHP because a woman on board the bus was concerned about a gentleman who had essentially passed out, was unresponsive. So she called 911 and they essentially called us, and the comm center, the communication center, was able to find exactly where that bus was, tell the driver to pull over the bus at a safe location. The driver pulled over the bus and checked on the individual. They were indeed unresponsive, cleared the bus of passengers until the emergency services could board. Emergency services boarded, and they were able to give him life-saving medicine to, it was Narcan. So, we're very responsive for any type of safety or health concerns on board the bus.
Thank you very much. And then the last one they had was, how do they go about getting more routes to, for example, the dunes or around town?
Well, I would love to be able to put a lot more service out on the streets, but again, it's limited right now by the number of coach operators that we have. But I would say if you have a specific location or area, just send it to me, and we'll put it on our list of places that people want us to serve.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lisa, thank you for that great presentation. We had several over the past year or so, but I wanted to put up the slide 4 again, if you could, Matt. These were your statistics that were very impressive, starting with a 2.2 million passengers and a 19.4% increase over 2022. In general, how do you calculate how much demand there will be over this sheet in terms of the future for surf? Can you give us a general idea of how you?
Sure. So let me start by telling you how we got 2.2 million passengers on board the bus. We have something called automatic passenger counters that are provided through a company called Urban Transportation Associates. There are infrared sensors on board the buses at the front. If there are 2 doors, they're at the back as well, and they record every single time somebody comes onto the bus or off of the bus. And those are certified by the National Transit Database, which we are required to report to. In terms of the surf project, the forecasted ridership, the most reliably forecasted ridership, was through the Federal Transit Administration through a model called the STOPS model, Simplified Trips on Project model, that takes a look at experience within our area and within the corridor, and uses that information to project over a 20-year planning horizon based on experience from other transit agencies across the US who have implemented similar types of service.
I see. Okay. We obviously had 3 years past experience that were really kind of flukes because of COVID, and certainly the ridership took a deep dive in the wrong direction. So that forecasting, they somehow are able to accommodate for those 3 odd years, and they predict what kind of increase in ridership from now.
We did not fully incorporate COVID ridership because it was such an anomaly that it didn't make sense.
Sure.
We don't predict that the COVID situation will last forever. So we wanted to make sure that we were capturing, times when it wasn't so out of the ordinary.
Sure. But in terms of like the increase, let's say if we take from year 2019 before COVID, what would the surf forecast be in terms of increase in ridership from 2019 to accommodate surf?
Sure. So what the stops model predicted is that over time, the ridership would increase from day one and, increase because of frequency and reliability. Those are the two things that increase ridership. People want to be able to get to their destination on time every time, and they want to be able to have options in terms of which time they leave their house or their work. The stops model predicted anywhere from 700 to 800,000 riders early on and growing over time because of that predictability in their transit trip.
Okay, so that means that the surf is anticipating 700 to 800,000
Yes.
more than what we have right now, 2.2
Total.
million.
The 2.2 million passengers, that's for our entire service area.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this increase in ridership is just for that surf line, but it would cover all destinations.
It would cover from where the surf service starts in Salinas through the Alisal, West Alisal to Blanco to Reservation, through the surf corridor to a new 5th Street station in the former Fort Ord, into Sand City, Seaside, and then eventually into downtown Monterey.
Okay, and there's no overlay of ridership then for our regular MST and the surf? Or is the presence of surf going to detract from some of the other ridership?
No,
Totally not. Okay.
no, it's more additive or symbiotic because there's better service for people. It attracts more people.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it's kind of like build and they will come. So you're building some better transit opportunities. And so riders that normally would not have been riding the MST will use the surf.
That's our
kind of
hope.
the okay.
Or they'll use it more often.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for
Yep.
that.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lisa, for being here. Not going to sugarcoat this. I'm super unhappy to hear that offering free rides appears to impact the safety of your coach drivers. That's really disturbing. It's something that I'm hearing for the first time tonight. Just kind of a comment. I hope that there's specific pieces of legislation or support that this council can offer at the state level or things that you are tracking that you will not hesitate to bring it to us for consideration. I've never heard that before, and it just doesn't leave a warm feeling in my gut. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Lisa, 2.2 million passengers on slide 4 that's up on the screen. That's in year 2023.
Yes,
Okay, so in this year, it's not over yet. So far, you've had 2.2. So maybe you have,
this is fiscal year, the 2.2,
okay. So,
July 1, June
okay.
30th. We're past that.
so if you were to add 880,000 from the surf, does that come out of the 2.2 million? Can you tell us that in more detail?
Partially, but there would be additive.
Okay, so if things stayed static and you had 2.2 million passengers, then you built surf and it operated for a year. In that first year, what is that 2.2 million number projected to be? Because you'd be having surf for a
Yeah,
year.
no, I get what you're saying.
Would it be
I'm
3
try-
million, 800? Would it
I'm
be?
going to use round numbers in my mind just to give you a sense of it. So I would say 2.7
Okay,
would be my gut
All right, so-
response.
guesstimate ballpark, 500,000 more riders because of surf in its first year.
Yes,
Okay. And there might be 880,000 riding surf, but 380 of those already were riding surf, but 500,000 new rides joined.
well, let me just put it in perspective for a second. Line 20 is either our first or second. It depends on the month in terms of the highest ridership. It can be anywhere from like 22 to 25,000. Let's just use 25,000. In a year, we get 300,000 riders on the line 20. On the line 20 alone.
You get 300,000 on line 20.
Yeah.
And surf is going to be part of that.
Essentially, line 20 will convert to surf.
So you hope to go from 300,000 to approximately 8,800,000. So that's that 500,000
Yeah.
ballpark that you
Yeah.
gave us. Okay. I only asked that in deference to Phil because he's here tonight and he's been hammering on that point, where's that 880,000 come from? So I wasn't wanting to learn a little bit more about that. My only other question is on the demographics. You mentioned changing demographics. Can you tell us from what to what they're changing?
I would say that on the peninsula, the changing demographics appear to be that there are people who are on the older side, less so on the younger side. The Monterey Peninsula School District seems to be losing students. And then I would say in the central Salinas and the South County populations, they're gaining more in terms of a younger population. So some of those things matter. I would say that especially in the South County cities, with the growth that they've had and the younger populations, we do have a lot of demand on the line 23, which serves from King City to Salinas and Hartnell. We do get a lot of demand on there and oftentimes have standing room only at certain times of the day, getting the students back to their homes.
So it might be more affordable housing. More affordable place to live, more younger families that can afford to live there, more demand on the bus system. The peninsula cities, a little bit more affluent. They're getting older because there's not so many young people buying and coming and growing in our area. So that kind of makes intuitive sense, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Lisa, we're going to have Lisbeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to encourage everybody to take the bus if you have never done it. I just recently started. I thought as a board member, I should know what it is like. So as Lisa said, $2 for 2 hours. We can go for $2. We can go from Marina to Salinas, to Monterey, or even to Gilroy now. And if you're 18 or under or 65 and up, you pay only half of that. So for $1, you can go there. So I would just like to encourage everybody to use it because we all want more service. I'm from a country where we took public transportation for granted. And we need to start using it. If we use it more, there's more demand. But also, like Lisa said, there's a shortage of coach operators. And Lisa, can you please tell us what the requirements are? I think it's like if you have a driver's license, you will be trained.
Pretty much. There are some safety restrictions, of course. We can't have people who are, participating in extracurricular activities, if you know what I mean. But we do look for somebody who is courteous, has good customer service, who has an affinity to be on time and safety. So 22 years old, I think, is the minimum at the moment. And we do have higher than minimum wage starting somewhere in the $22 an hour.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you
you.
for the presentation.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
Lisa.
Sarah.
Okay, next up, we're going to hear a great certification celebration by Blue Zone Workplace. Blue Zone Project, Monterey County. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you for having us. I think I'm presenting in conjunction with Belinda. Belinda, are you on screen?
Yes, I'm here. I'm logged in.
Amazing. So I can start us off. I am just thrilled to be here to celebrate the Blue Zones Project worksite approval of City Hall here. Belinda, did you want to say a few words to start?
Sure. I wanted to express my gratitude to Larissa and Tanya from the Blue Zones Project. I first started meeting with them back in July of this year, and we have met quite a few times to go over a lot of different areas to get the city approved. Larissa is going to go over a little bit of what the Blue Zones Project is, and then I'll kind of dive into what the city already had and new things that we've implemented And then I'll give it back to Larissa for things into the future.
Amazing. Thank you. Can we go on to the next slide? So this is just a little bit about what it means to become a Blue Zones approved work site. So these are some statistics, but we spend about 1/3 of our day at work. So it's really important that that workplace is giving us an environment where we can make healthy choices a little bit easier. And so another interesting statistic on here is that there's fewer jobs that require like moderate amounts of physical activity. I think in around 1960, it was around 50% of jobs that had moderate physical activity, and now it's only 20%. Next slide. So when we're thinking about the Blue Zones project worksite approval, just to give you a little bit of background, we're based on the research of National Geographic explorer Dan Buettner, who traveled around the world finding areas where people were living longer, happier, healthier lives. He found 9 commonalities. We call these the Power 9, and we bring these into our work with people, places, and policies. So here we're focusing specifically on the worksite place. And the City Hall is now the first city in the Peninsula Cities project to become Blue Zones project approved, the 3rd in the county, and the 51st worksite in all of Monterey County. So all very exciting. And I think the really cool thing is you guys have such an amazing place here in Marina where there's so many schools that are approved, so many work sites. We even brought in some catering from 2 local Blue Zones approved restaurants, Aki Fresh Mex and Coffee Mia. Please, please, please eat all of it. Yes. So next slide. So what this process looks like is we go through a list of research best practices and we see what you guys are already doing, what you want to implement, and maybe what's not going to work here. So those areas that we go through are listed up on the screen. But yeah, as Belinda mentioned, we started our work in about July. It's been really interesting to learn about like what you guys are already doing and kind of set in place new initiatives. Next slide. So through that list of research best practices, all of those practices are weighted differently depending on impact. The goal is to get at least 78 points, which you guys did, and that 25% at least are engaging in Blue Zones project activity, also met. You guys shared the real age test, and then we also track metrics, which I'll get into next. And then we create a sustainability plan because we really want all these initiatives to last into the future, not just be a one-time thing. Next slide. So our next step in the approval process is going to be looking into metrics. So our goal is to tell a story over time and see how these best practices are improving worksite wellness. So my next step with Belinda is going to be looking into these for the past year. So healthcare costs, how many people participated in the real age test, and kind of like more information about that. And then how many people are engaging in either on-site activities or in Blue Zones project activities. And so we'll look at that and then we'll track that year after year to see how things are improving over time and see what areas we can support in. Next slide. I'm going to pass it over now to Belinda to share what was already in place when you guys started going through this process.
Great. Thank you so much, Larissa. So a little bit, and I want to apologize for not being there in person. I really wanted to be there to celebrate and try some of that delicious food, but here we are. So as Larissa mentioned, she went through a lot of our policies, practices, things that we were currently doing or currently in place with the city. And it started with, excuse me, one of the requirements is prominently displaying our organization's vision and mission. And the city does a great job of that. It's on our website and it's on every single one of our agendas. The next one is employees connecting with charitable institutions. And we currently do that through an annual toy drive with the police department and an initiative with the American Red Cross that gives out and installs free smoke detectors. So little things like that is what they were looking at. On-site development learning opportunities. We do use a lot of our benefit providers, whether it's ICMA, for retirement benefits, Mission Square that also provides retirement benefits, AFLAC, different benefit tools there, and they have come in and provided either a lunch and learn, or they will sit in one of our conference room and have one-on-one sessions with our employees. Practice a global service day. I believe the city has had a Earth Day event that is open to the public as well as employees. And bike storage, the bike storage that is in front of City Hall kind of encourages either employees or the public to use use bicycles. Wellness breaks, we have a kitchen area for employees to use, and it includes a large table. And amazingly, there was already things there. Even before I started, there's a puzzle. There's kind of these little coloring things there. So employees get to use those things and kind of get their mind refreshed and then go back to work. We already have a no smoking policy in place. We had an ergonomic checklist that has been used with the city. We have casual dress days, flexible schedules, paid time off policy that includes sick and personal leave. And we have community and family events such as our multicultural fest, our Halloween trunk or treat. There's a fire prevention open house, police national night out, and again, our Earth Day volunteer event. We also have health and benefits through our employer provided plans. And that included things like free flu shots, COVID-19 vaccines, tobacco cessation programs, chronic condition management, preventative care, mental health, and financial wellness assistance. So these are all great things that we already had at the city. Next slide, please. And then working with Larissa, we implemented a lot of best practices, and we'll continue to in the future. When I first came to the city, one of the focuses that I was given was employee engagement. And I started implementing monthly on-site activities for staff. And we've had a twin day. We celebrated Big Week with pies for employees. We had an employee health fair, and we had a small Halloween celebration. And just today, the city had a Thanksgiving potluck for employees. We've also created programs to support employee volunteer activities. So we are still finalizing that program, and we want to track volunteer hours for employees that give back to the community that we work in, and provide some incentives for those employees that do that. We implemented a catering guideline, which ensures that at least 50% of catered items are healthier options. Same for our vending machine guidelines. It will ensure that 50% of the options in vending machines are healthier options. Our employee wellness added to our safety committee. We currently have a safety committee that meets on a monthly basis, and it has focused primarily on safety in the workplace. We are going to add a lot more of employee wellness into that. And we want to encourage micro breaks. So Larissa provided this amazing poster that says "Get up off of that thing," and we've posted that in several areas in City Hall, and it just promotes employees to stretch, walk around, and get up off of their chair or desk area, and get some movement into their day. Larissa also walked a little path that we have around City Hall and created a map, which I will show in a second. And it adds 200 steps to an employee's day. So we're also encouraging that. There's new signage in the City Hall lobby that displays a no smoking sign. And we are working to develop and implement a Blue Zones project engagement plan with a marketing and communication strategy. Larissa and her Blue Zones team will provide some messaging and emails that we will send out to all employees as soon as they come in. And then we also want to communicate Blue Zones project events and initiatives. I talked a little bit about that volunteer program earlier that we're finalizing. So employees that volunteer for a lot of those Blue Zones projects would get points and earn different incentives if they participate in those Blue Zones projects. I'm going to hand it back over to Larissa.
And I just want to say thank you to Belinda for being such an amazing wellness champion. And thank you to all the leadership here for being such supporters throughout this process. Yeah, it really could not be done without you all. And so I'm just grateful for all the things that you guys already had in place and your openness to make some of these changes. Can we go on to the next slide? This is just displaying that little walking route. I don't know if any of you have been, but there is a cute little walking path like right behind City Hall with tons of little benches. So if you ever need like space, that's a great option. And it adds a bunch of steps to your day. So amazing. Next slide. And then here are just a few of the pictures of some of those things that Belinda was just outlining, including some of the signage that we had. And next slide. And same here, yeah, flyers for the National Night Out, some of the amazing engagement activities that you guys are doing here. Next slide. And like I mentioned, sustainability is what's really important here. Trying to maintain these initiatives that we put in place. So we're here to support for however long to come. And I'm just really excited about this partnership. I'm really excited to help with those engagement events. I know Belinda and I were just chatting about maybe potentially doing like plant-based cooking demos and things like that, just to engage staff in all these well-being initiatives. So yeah, I'm really excited about all this work. And on behalf of Salinas Valley Health, Taylor Farms, and Montage, we are so excited that City Hall is a Blue Zones approved work site. And we have a little certificate for you all. I don't know where you want it, but
Let's all come on down and take a picture.
okay. Come on.
It's a microwave.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm a photographer tonight.
We'll do, we can do it, right?
Huh?
One, two, three.
You were those steps.
Are there any questions about that or?
Yeah, I had a question about the catering guidelines for this sustainability plan. Is it part of it or has it been considered to be part of it to try to discourage the use of single-use disposables in the catering guidelines?
We actually wanted to add that in because I think it's so important. It's technically not part of like the Blue Zones part of it, but it promotes like a healthy planet. So yeah, I'm happy to kind of add that in. I know Belinda brought that up as well.
Okay, and I assume we got a B grade on the ergonomics. And we'll get an A when we get these chairs. Any other questions, comments for Larissa? Well, thank you very much, Larissa. We have more comments coming up, so don't go anywhere. But I want to say thank you to you and Belinda. You've done, I'm sure, an exemplary job being a city rep. Probably not all city reps go to the steps that you have been to be involved like you obviously have been. So thank you very much, Belinda. And to Tanya, who's been a hero for a long time with Blue Zones. Thank you, Tanya, for all you do. Elizabeth, did you have something?
Yes, Mayor, you already mentioned the micro breaks, and I'm very happy that you did it for staff. And I know they work full time usually, but I think, yeah, you forgot council. We're usually sitting from 5 p.m. until 10, 11, midnight, sometimes 1 a.m. So thank you very much.
Yes, and that's the goal, that it spreads. So yes, I love that you're taking that from this.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, actually for staff, to clarify for myself and the public, there's no
Yeah.
direct out of pocket cost for these things, right?
No, that's correct.
I don't know how we have gotten so lucky, but I'm over the moon to all the support you've offered the city in numerous ways. So thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you to our sponsors who make it possible. So,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we go to council and staff announcements.
Yes, real quickly, it's been in the news. Oh, did you? No, go ahead. It's been in the news, and this comes from the Herald article that this past week, Joby Aviation was awarded $9.8 million in the California Competes grant. And that is super for us. And the city and Joby, as a direct result of that grant, will be working on its plans for Joby to add an additional 220,000 square feet at our airport. So we have about 100,000 square feet and we're going to increase to 220,000. So we're disappointed that we didn't get the manufacturing plant, but obviously Joby is here to still be with Marina and to grow and expand. So we're very happy about that. And the estimate of jobs may be coming to Marina is about 600 additional full-time jobs. So this is really going to be amplifying our ability to attract new employees here. And the last thing on the article was saying for more information and to apply, visit jobyaviation.com. They're going to be expanding their apprenticeship program. So please, if you know any young people that are interested in getting into the aviation industry, please take advantage of that. But I think the last thing I want to point out is in this article, our state senator, Ana Caballero, said that the way that this Joby expansion was described as the Marina way. And I just think that was such a great slogan for us. And so there are many things that Marina is doing our way. And I think we're really a shining light for the whole region. So just wanted to say, go for the Marina way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher. All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, the Marina Foundation, I believe, sent this flyer to every resident in Marina. I certainly got one. And on there are two events, Christmas tree lighting on December 1st at 6 p.m. at Vince DiMaggio Park. And then secondly, a Santa run Saturday, December 2nd, the next day at 10 a.m. Says all around Marina. I'm not sure where they meet. Not sure if any council member knows. But yeah, wanted to share those two things. Hopefully look for this in your mailbox, and thanks to the Marina Foundation for advising our residents of events.
I got one.
No, I was gonna add on to the wreaths that you can still buy for the G.D. Nakagawa or Gordon Nakagawa scholarship through the Marina Foundation. And I was gonna mention free Thanksgiving meals, but perhaps our rec director is gonna be talking about that, because I think we probably still need some volunteers for that too, right? Maybe? Okay, that's all I got.
All right, and Chief Russo, can you give any details on the Santa run? It's a fire engine running around, driving around town, but for people who want to see it, how can they try to?
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be a Santa run with the fire department, also the police department will be participating also. So every year that they meet at the public safety building, and Santa gets on the fire truck, and they have a specific route that was given to us by the foundation, which I think they changed it, but it could be the same, but more information will come out soon.
Do you know the start time?
I believe it's 11:30. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, and
Yes.
it takes probably about an hour
Hour
and a half.
Yes.
Okay. So between 10 and 11:30-ish, if you're outside your front yard, you might see Santa drive by.
You should see Santa and a police car and fire trucks, and it should be a fun event.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes, I just have one more thing to announce, and that is the hand cars will be operating through the weekend. So if you are a little lazy after Thanksgiving, they will be, even before you want to get out of the kitchen, they will be operating right down here. So go online, book them, or go to the window that's there. Thanks.
Yeah, and they can be booked by handcard.com. Okay, any announcements from staff? Hello, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I tried to jump up here before you stole my thunder again, but I didn't make it. So I'll do better next time. So yes, we will be, I'm excited to invite the community to two very special events. One is a community Thanksgiving dinner on Thanksgiving Day. We will have two seating times, 11 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. And I wanted to give a shout out to Ron Powell. He's really taken the lead on organizing this and has done a great job. And a very special shout out to Kona Jerry, who is donating his time and talent to make this a really amazing feast. So we're really excited about that. We do have volunteers, but everyone is welcome. If anyone would like to stop by to either help out or join us in a meal, that would be great. And then again, on the tree lighting, Friday, December 1st at 6 p.m., Vince DiMaggio Park. We're very excited because we are stepping up the lighting effect in the park. And so in addition to the very large holiday tree, there will be many trees throughout the park that will be lit up. And so really excited to see that. We're getting started on that work on Friday, actually, where we'll actually start stringing up the lights on the trees. Many of those lights will be permanent. And so throughout the year for different events, we'll be able to light up part of the park with those white twinkle lights in some of those trees. Only the colored holiday lights will come down in between the holidays. So these are both open to the community. I invite everyone to stop by and check it out. It's going to be a really great holiday season.
Great plans. Thank you, Andrea, and to the Marina Foundation. Fantastic. Okay, so now we move to public comment on the consent items only. Other public comment for items not on the agenda, issues not on the agenda will come later. But for now, any public comment on our consent agenda items, and recall that we've pulled the mural off of the consent to a date uncertain in the future. So anyone wishing to speak to the consent agenda items will go there now. And I'd like to ask everyone who wants to comment at this time to please raise your hand so we can gauge how many people will be commenting and try to manage our time tonight. So far, we have Grace Silva Santella. And can you raise your hand in person? I see Nancy, you don't have to raise your hand. Anyone else in person that wants to speak on the consent agenda item? On consent. So we have Phil and what? Okay, so two people in person and one online. Let's start with the people in person. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm concerned about the wording. It raised questions for me on G2 of the consent agenda. And it says, and uninsured Skydive Monterey Bay doing business as Skydive Monterey Bay. And the word uninsured really made me nervous. And I looked through the staff report and I didn't see anything that told me exactly what that means. Are they uninsured? Are they uninsured against injury to any of their clients? And what is the city's liability to do business with somebody who's uninsured? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we'll answer the questions that the staff want to answer now as soon as want to answer tonight as soon as public comment's over. But otherwise, we invite you to follow up with staff and they will be invited to follow up with you. So let's go next in person. Phil, did you have any consent agenda topics? Okay, then we'll go online to Grace Silva Santella. Good evening, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I just want to be sure that it is okay for me to speak on item 10F2, even though you're pulling it. Is that correct?
We're 10F2
is the mural
no
at
longer,
Lock Haddon Park.
Yeah, it's no longer on our agenda tonight. So you
yes, but I can still speak
during public comment at the end of the meeting. So we've moved public comment.
Okay, then I will speak on one other item.
Great. Go ahead, Grace.
I want to speak to the Blue Zones project. if our city is going to continue to participate with such a venture as Blue Zones, I would encourage Blue
Excuse me,
Zones.
Grace, that's public comment for something that's
Oh,
not
gosh, really?
on our agenda as an action item.
Seriously?
Yeah, I've conferred with our city attorney to ask her because I wasn't sure myself.
All right.
So that's totally appropriate for tonight under public comment, communications from the floor.
Right now or
And
later?
that'll be at the end of the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm sorry for this inconvenience. There's reasons for it. All right. So that'll conclude public comment. We only had, and do you want to answer that now or?
Sure. That is the corporate name of the company. They are completely fully insured, or it's a very dangerous business, skydiving. So they are totally fully insured. That's just their name. And they have reasons you can ask them personally.
Has something to do with warning their customers, they better, be careful and stuff like that and have their own insurance lined up. All right. Councilmember McCarthy.
If it's time, I'd like to discuss pulling some items.
Sure.
I'd like to pull 10F1. And 10H1.
Okay, that's the tree committee and H1 is the Martin Luther King sculpture completion acceptance.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And now let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
And I have some questions on G3 and G4. 10.
Okay, so the questions, let's take those questions now. 10G3.
Yes. 10G3.
Needs-based assistance program for rec and cultural services.
Yes.
Okay, what's your question?
I have a couple questions. One is fearing calling something a scholarship might have some negative repercussions. Would a consideration be of calling it something else, like perhaps Action Pass or something, just because people on scholarship sometimes get felt less than? That's one question. And then the second question has to do with throwing on my lens of equity here. I'm looking at the categories of how you prove yourself. And when we've got about 25% of our students being homeless, I just wonder if we could have some another box for whether they are McKinney-Vento or if we can accommodate people without a car, we can accommodate people without a utility bill, without proof of if they're not citizens, or I just throwing this through the lens of equity here, because sometimes those official documents are not available to people who are either in immigrant situations or homeless situations. So those are two questions that I have for you before finalizing this.
Yes, I'm happy to consider a name change. Most programs that I looked at did use the word scholarship, but there are a few with really creative names like Playship or Campership that's kind of more recreation related. So I'm open to looking at that.
Sibling discounts as well?
Can you say more about that?
Sibling discount, sometimes families with multiple children having to pay the same price gets expensive. So a step down rate perhaps as a consideration for maybe for a category if you have multiple children, because you wouldn't want to make the choice of who you could pay for at full, if you have 3 children and you have to pay full price for all, or even spouses if you're just wondering.
Actually, each member of the family would be eligible for the aid. So if you have 2 children, both could be eligible for the scholarship.
Okay, but also as we go forward with our fee structures, this is a consideration for siblings discount really rings big in my mind, just because we have 27% of our youth in Marina are under the age of 18. We serve over 300 youth per day at some of these places, and many of them are siblings. So I'm just fearing outside of the scholarship program, or I'm sorry, Action Pass, we may also have a category for sibling discounts.
Yes, we currently give sibling discounts, and I think that is something that we will continue to build in as we look at our fee structure. But I feel like that's outside of this agenda item.
We're not talking about the fee structure tonight.
Correct.
Okay. So
This has
good
nothing to
comment
do with our fees.
when we get
Okay,
there.
then I will take that back, but just
Okay.
back to my other questions, if we could finesse some of the language and finesse some of the proof of identity and proof of residency, just considering our socioeconomic conditions of our city.
Yes, I can take that under advisement and potentially, ask for some discretion as if I'm the one, and I will be the one reviewing all the documentation and making those decisions. If I have discretion in those situations where there is not documentation available.
So make it the way you want it. And if it's too much change, you can come back to us.
Okay.
But within your discretion, you make small changes, so that any one of us can't have you going too far afar.
Right.
Without coming back to us as a group.
Right. Great.
Did you have your 2 questions answered?
Yes, otherwise fantastic. I appreciate your statistics, the subsidies, and I think we have a really great program. And I really, really appreciate you making it work for our citizens, your staff, making it work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question on G4?
A comment, is that okay?
Yeah, brief comment. Yeah. Or you
Yeah.
can pull it for a longer comment.
No. This happens to be activity night tonight. First with the Blue Zones, now with the program for students and youth, and now a program for activities for our the missing middle activity wise 19 through 49 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So we're going to be having some activities across the board. I am so appreciative of this. The Rec Commission hasn't met, but this is something that they all have talked about. Very much appreciate it. So anybody out there, we're going to be instituting a wellness program that's everything from babies to yoga and circuit training at very well prices. And I suspect this is something that you brought over from Monterey. So I really appreciate what you're doing here. Thank you.
Did you have a question on another item? Okay. Brian, did you have a question on Martin Luther King's acceptance?
I think it's actually probably more of a brief comment question.
Okay.
I just, I think one of the more uncomfortable things we do as elected officials is speak criticism of projects in pursuit of excellence. And so anytime we do any project, whether it's Martin Luther King or something else, I'm just wondering what kind of our after action report process looks like. Where do we document, certainly there's always things we could do better, right? Even if it's the most perfect event or project possible. And so I just kind of want to try to understand what that process looks like. And I'm hoping that we kind of document that so that we can refer back to it when we do other projects like this amazing one.
I can speak to the event itself. We had a very robust after action debrief with a lot of the staff and volunteers that were involved. We took detailed notes. We did the same for the Multicultural Festival. So from an event standpoint, we absolutely are doing those after action items in order to be able to improve the next time we do a major event.
Do we, physically document that, and do we kind of solicit kind of input from stakeholders or?
From a documentation standpoint, I have my notes from the meeting, but we did invite many of the stakeholders that participated, whether it be vendors that had tables set up, or we invited everybody from the DJ to guest speakers, staff, volunteers. And I don't know if you remember, did we have about 10 people at that meeting?
So I'll wait for the answer, but I think that kind of answers my question. I'll wrap up by saying, I know that we're looking at maybe pursuing some technology that helps us document things like this into the future. And I just think it's a great opportunity to learn from all these great events, Pump Track, Martin Luther King, because we're going to be doing a lot of them, I think. And I think that the more we can kind of have these after actions and document how we can excel in the future, the better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Councilmember Biala?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of 10F2 that has been removed. And,
And 10F1, Brian's pulling.
oh, 10, I'm sorry. 10.
So you're right. It's a 10F2 and 10F1. Anything
But-
else, Brian, that you were going to pull that that's it, those two items.
Okay, but we're not considering 10F2 today.
That's pulled, right? Yeah.
Okay,
You-
great.
Is there a second?
Second, please.
Okay, all in favor of that motion to approve the agenda without items F2 and F1, please say aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
No, it's not.
Not H1,
F1.
F1 and F2.
The
What's the
tree
motion?
committee.
All right, any opposition, noes, any abstentions? So that motion passes 5-0 unanimously. Okay, now let's go to the item that Brian pulled, which was 8F1 regarding the tree committee. Brian, go ahead, take it away.
Do you want to do it now or? Okay,
Our policy is to do it at the end, although our practice let's bring it to the end, especially since there's no consultants here waiting.
Oh, that's gonna answer it.
All right, council, are you okay with doing this at the end? Okay. All right, so now we move on to our two action items. First, regarding the salary schedules. And our Assistant City Manager, Matt Mogeson, is going to lead us through this. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm pinch hitting here for Belinda really quickly. This is just a cleanup item. The last meeting on November 7th, you approved an MOU with the directors. In that MOU or in the salary schedule that was published, it was discovered later there were a couple minor mistakes that were made when they went to implement them. So tonight's item is just to clean up the community development director, the fire chief, and the public works director salaries that were published in that schedule. So the corrected salaries are published in the staff report, and those will be what are published online on our city website as well. Questions?
All right, any questions for Matt? We'll go to the public first. I'm still getting used to our way of doing things here. And that, who all would like to speak tonight? Anyone from the public that's present? Okay. And yeah, we're going to go to public comment now on this item of salary schedules. So raise your hand if you're in the public now. Phil, you want to, we have, yes. No, okay. All right. And everyone online, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. All right. We'll have one speaker from the online go now, and welcome back, Grace. Let's get you unmuted.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I am totally confused about how the process works now.
Yeah,
This is new to a lot of us in the audience. Is this when I can speak to something that had been on the consent agenda but has been taken off the consent agenda, but that I can still speak to it? I'm totally
yeah, this is
confused.
action item 13A, approval, correct?
Okay,
and
that
corrections.
is nothing. I didn't have my hand up. I apologize if I did. Sorry.
Yeah, it's up now, but we'll take it down. But thank you. Yeah, stay tuned. Okay, so did anyone want to speak to this item of the salary schedules, which is our first action items, 13A? All right, then we will close public comment, bring it to council for your questions and comments.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any final comments before we vote? Then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And we go to 13B, our service agreement potential for plate reading cameras from Flock Group. And our Chief of Police, Steve Russo, will lead us through this. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. No military PowerPoint tonight, so. So what we're going to talk about is a flock camera system, specifically ALPRs, which is automated license plate readers. We have been looking at this technology for some time now to deter crime and increase investigative efforts to bring criminals to justice. We went through our policy and created a policy in regards to ALPR cameras, which is very consistent with a lot of the agencies and the state agencies. And also want to make sure that we have our representatives from Flock, Jake, Hector, and Kristen online. They're here with us. Yeah, I think I can see their names up there. So we have 3 representatives from Flock in case we want to speak with them about any technical questions. Basically what the police department wants to do is place 20 cameras within the city. These cameras will be placed at different locations within the city. Flock Camera has worked with us over a period of time to come up with a camera locations that'll help us be strategically placed around the city where there's high crime areas and a lot of ingress and egress traffic that comes through the city. Right now, a lot of the police agencies surrounding us, the city of Monterey is close to implementing the Flock camera system. Pacific Grove, Salinas, Monterey County, Watsonville, Sand City, and Seaside are currently utilizing the systems. The Flock camera system, as I said, is cameras that are placed around the city. They read license plates and they compare license plates to stolen vehicles. So the only license and they send an alert to the police department. So if a vehicle has been stolen and has been entered into the national database, the camera will see that license plate, compare it to the stolen plate database, and it'll send an alert to the police officer. The police officer will then try to go find that vehicle, confirm the license plate is what was read on the camera, and take investigative steps next, which is all outlined in the policy that I believe is in your staff report. We did an extensive reach to the community with having a community meeting, which was attended by 4 community members. However, we did notice on our Facebook page that we were having the meeting and also we're going to take questions that way. We actually reached out to over 6,000 of our people that follow us on Facebook. So we did reach a lot of people and nobody had any questions in regards to Flock. We did have some comments from Flock about Flock that says, what are we waiting for? And things of that nature. That's also in your staff report.
Did you get any negative comments?
We did not get any negative comments. And we actually on our website, we asked people to submit questions. And we only had one question that was submitted, which was how many cameras are we going to get? And at that point, we weren't sure how many we were going to put in the city, but it is 20. That was the only question and no negative comments. So at this point, all of the privacy and things that everybody is concerned with is outlined in our policy. The ACLU did an extensive project on this, and policies on ALPR cameras were basically drafted because of the recommendations that were made by several groups that were making sure that our population was protected by privacy. There is also a PowerPoint that was listed on our website and our Facebook page. So that same presentation was given at the community meeting. And other than that presentation, which we were really excited to take questions and answer any questions, we didn't have any. So I was hoping for some questions, and maybe you'll have some for me tonight to answer along with the Flock representatives. But we are hoping to implement this this crime fighting tool because basically that's what it is. It helps police officers solve crime. It's a force multiplier for us at the city. Officers and detectives spend enormous amounts of time canvassing areas for video, neighbors' houses that have Ring cameras and things like that, businesses. And sometimes we're lucky enough to get that video that helps us. But this will definitely help us solve crime and prevent crime also.
All right. Thank you, Chief. We'll go to Councilmember Biala. Mayor Pro Tem Benita Dirksen.
Thank you for your very thorough report. I used to watch a show called Person of Interest, and that detected, that was a show that predicted crime before it happened. And I saw some similarities here that I want to know a little bit more about the transparency portal. And if you could speak a little bit more of ensuring that its uses are very much narrowly tailored.
Yes.
Relating to privacy.
Yes. So the transparency portal that which Flock actually has out there for us to use, and which we will be using, it lets this, our policy is posted on that transparent or that portal. So anybody has access to our policies. You can actually access all of our policies from our website also, but this one specifically will be on the portal. In addition, it actually shows who are sharing any information with any police departments. It'll let the public know. It'll let the public know how many crimes we're solving using the Flock camera system. And that's what the portal is actually does for us.
You mentioned other departments using this or sharing. Can you just walk me through logistically how it would happen that we would share information? I mean, if there's a bank robbery in Carmel, does Carmel tell everybody, hey, everybody check your Flock cameras? Or, I mean, seriously, how does it work on a implementation level?
Yes, essentially that's how it works. If a other agency is working a case and they have some information about a specific vehicle that maybe a witness may have seen, they'll ask Marina or whoever the agency may be, and can you check your camera from this time period that we had a robbery, and the information is this is a white sedan, for example, and it happened this particular time period. So we will then be able to check our cameras, narrow down the search, and it will give them a lead. It doesn't solve their crime. It's just one other tool for that agency to investigate.
Do we charge them for that?
No.
Or is there cost recovery?
No.
Basis?
No. We would never solve any crime.
Thank you for your answer.
Yep.
Okay, so if I rob one of our banks and I get in my car and I drive away, how does this system help?
So similarly, if you get in your car and rob a bank and it's within that time period, we'll be able to check the cameras. Let's say the witness said that you drove away in a white vehicle. We use, again, we'll be able to be like, well, the robbery happened at this specific time. So we'll be able to look at our cameras and look for a white vehicle that left that particular area. And it would, if it went by a camera that was close by in that proximity, that will give us a lead to investigate.
Okay, so same thing if I hit and run, or if I do reckless driving through the city and someone reports it. So these 20 cameras aren't just for stolen vehicles. They're for any crime that could be helpful to see the camera footage.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, there's been 3 or 4 different crimes that happened within the city within the last month that if we had these cameras, we're positive that we would have been able to solve them. One was a vehicle pedestrian hit and run. Another one was somebody was trying to break into somebody's house, and we all had vehicle suspect descriptions, but not enough because it didn't have a license plate or anything like that.
Okay. And these Flock cameras, they take video or still shots?
Yes, they're motion activated, and they take photographs of the rear of the vehicle.
Like rapid still shots or
Yes.
videos?
Yes.
So they're like a wildlife camera where they
Close to it. Our Flock friends that are listening might be able to speak more to that about how the technology actually works.
All right,
Yeah.
maybe we'll go to public comment and then ask some of these questions later.
Okay.
Let's go to Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say, and I've said this before, I'm a huge proponent of the police department using technology to help with the incredible tasks that they have before them. But I'd remiss not to mention 2 things. One, what's been in the news regarding the officer who used this technology to stalk his wife. And two, I recently saw on your fantastic social media that you've invested in this ABLE training program that I know nothing about. And I'm hoping you can tell me how or if that training might relate to the use of this technology.
Absolutely. And we have some scheduled community meetings for our officers that are going to go out. They're going to specifically talk about ABLE training and this camera system and how it relates.
Okay. Can you give me a sneak peek or?
Sure. ABLE is bystandership. It basically, in a nutshell, is to make sure that officers are going to report any activity within the police department that is basically see something, say something, stop somebody from doing something wrong. That's what ABLE stands for, and how it's going to intertwine with our camera system. Also, it's not necessarily going to, it's not like body cameras where it's going to capture those types of things for police wrongdoing or anything like that. But ABLE is going to be separate from this camera system, I guess you could say.
So would ABLE, if an officer saw another officer misusing the flock system, would it
Sure.
encourage that officer or train that officer of how to?
Sure, there's an extensive training program with the flock system, and if anybody accesses the flock system, because it's password protected and everybody has their user, we will quarterly make sure that we go into that system, the flock system, to make sure that we are auditing that information.
Okay. And then my last kind of comment question really is maybe more for the flock folks if they want to elaborate, but having worked for the Defense Department with incredible technologies, surveillance type technologies, it was always understood that I, as an individual, if I misuse those, I would have been prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And so what I'm wondering for flock is, what do they do internally if their employees are misusing the information? And then, not that I necessarily expect a robust answer from the city, but I think the same question applies to the city. How do we handle that, right? Like if an officer is found to misuse this system, is it just a, hey, you're fired? Or do we have some policy and process in place to say, no, we're actually going to invest in prosecuting you for misusing this?
Yes, there are laws already in place for misuse of personal information, and it's the same type of information that you could be prosecuted for if we were to run DMV checks on somebody, and if there was not a law enforcement purpose behind it, you can be criminally prosecuted and up to termination. So personal information is very protected within the police department. You have to have a law enforcement purpose to use the information, and it's the same for the flock ALPR camera system.
Thank you.
If I could just, hello, hi,
Yeah,
this
please.
is Kristen McLeod with Flock Safety. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I just wanted to add that on the flock side of things, we would not have access to the data that your department does. That is your department's data. It's 100% owned. So we're only the platform that holds the data.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. That helps. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and it's very similar to healthcare in terms of personal health information, because everybody can access anything about their neighbor, for example, if they work in a healthcare facility. So what we put on our policies, and then of course their HR policies are built upon transgressions of company policy. So I understand that perfectly. So we have 20 cameras. Is that based on need, or is that based on what we can afford?
Well, no, we can afford more, I'm sure. But this basically covers our ingress and egress areas of the city of Marina. So at this point, this is what the coverage areas that we found necessary at this point. Adding more cameras is something that we can do after we look at the term, which is 2 years, and we can reevaluate to see, if we need to add more cameras in the future.
Okay, and you said these are put in crime hotspots, but is that the same as well-traveled street intersections for automobiles. Is that one and the same?
Yes, it's one of the same.
Okay. And also, are these cameras fixed? So like if we found out that we need to move one, can we do that, or is it pretty much done?
Yes. So if once they go in, they are movable. We can move them to a different location if we find there's a necessary need for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I realized during the announcements, I keep on scrolling, we forgot to announce the community meetings that the police department is hosting. So I'm looking on my phone because I'm looking up the information. So there's one on Sunday, December 3rd.
Elizabeth, can you wait till public comment? We'll roll it into that instead of this.
Oh, okay, that's okay. So can I just ask a question then? I understand the concerns that people can have about privacy. And at the moment, the policies seem good and enforceable. I just hope that it won't change in the future. We all need to be alert because we don't know what will happen. And then my question is, have you compared prices? I know that 3,000 is a nice round number, but if my newspaper was correct, Morgan Hill gets 50 cameras for 120,000. So that might be because they have more. So will the price go down if we add more? That's my Dutch question.
I believe Morgan Hill just added more cameras because they purchased Flock a few years ago, and they recently, I think, added more cameras. So that might be where that cost is. And we did compare prices. The prices actually went up a little bit from when we just started. So the longer we wait, the more popular all the cameras get in different communities, the prices are definitely gonna go up.
Okay, I know we don't really have a choice. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Marina Dirksen.
This is a question for our flock representatives. What kind of safeguards do you have in place for security/data breaches? Will you let us know what happens in those events?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So all of the data is encrypted end to end, and it's stored in the AWS server. And we have not had any data breaches to date. It is, again, the cameras individually do not have an address tied to them. So individuals attempting to hack into it wouldn't be possible to hack into an individual camera itself. And we would absolutely notify you at the soonest immediately if that ever were to happen.
Chief, is that in the contract language?
It does talk about what kind of encryption there is in the contract language.
The notice that of any breach.
I don't recall offhand, but that's something that we'll be reviewing with our attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public with any questions or comments you may have on this item. Anyone in person who wants to comment on this item? All right. Anyone online who wants to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Now's the time for public comment on the Flock system. All right, Margaret Davis, your hand came on and then it came off. Please raise your hand, everyone, if you'd like to speak now. Okay. Let's go to Margaret Davis. Can you unmute her, please, Matt? I can't see her on mine. Now I can see her. Okay. All right. Good evening, Margaret.
Good evening. I'm very concerned about this. Like a lot of people, I don't do Facebook, so I wasn't aware of Flock. But this is really jarring. This is the beginning of a surveillance state, pure and simple. It's extremely vulnerable for abuse. You could be surveilled for any reason, and things that aren't even crimes yet. You drive too much. Your carbon profile is too high. We want to know who you go see. These are things that people in power can ask and they would have the answers available. I'm not impressed by endorsement by the ACLU. They've long since stopped being a watchdog for civil liberties. And, you know, the price of liberty is imperfect law enforcement. The price of liberty is imperfect law enforcement, among other things. Free men and women doing their business without being spied on wherever they drive. Please don't implement this in Marina. We have a good law enforcement service. Okay, they don't get every person, or maybe it takes longer, but this is too invasive and inquisitive of ordinary people going about their business doing nothing wrong, but the things they do may form patterns that bad actors who want to criminalize things, you know, they have open access to. This is not a good idea, and this is not part of a free society. I urge you to not implement this, turn it down. Turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I do have a question. Knowing my husband participates in the drone program for the city that he works for, and knowing that the components can't be made in China, do we have anything in these the flock system, any components or anything? I'm just thinking bigger, you know, some of the problems that we're having on a national an international level. Can Flock speak to any of that in terms of parts or anything having parts or operations of the system being made in China?
Yes, thank you again for that question. It's a great one. So all of our cameras are NDAA compliant, and we design and assemble within the US.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make the brief comment that I think the public is right to have concerns, and that, you know, it's something that if it proved tonight, you know, we're just going to have to work through and watch. But with that, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
I'd second that.
Okay. All right. So last chance for comments, questions before we go to a vote. I'd like to recognize what Margaret Davis said. And there, you know, anytime you get one person's opinion, it probably represents 100 people out there in the world or in our city. So, you know, I think that those are relevant and appropriate comments. We also have comments on pages 9 through 12 that seem to be like almost unanimous, like get this going. And we know a lot of these people, some of these people we don't know, but it seems like public opinion is demonstrably in favor of this. And with this flock camera equipment, we're still going to be a far from perfect city, far from perfect police, you know. So, you know, we'll hope to be perfect someday maybe, but I don't think this gets us too far toward perfect. And that was one of Margaret's points. Just overall, I think this is a great thing because it feels pretty helpless when you have people in cars and they can't be tracked very well. And the fact that other cities are doing this all around us and we haven't heard any horror stories yet doesn't mean that we're not going to have our first horror story sometime in the future. And if and when that does happen, we must deal with it. But I think that overall, this is going to be a good success for us, just like it has been for other cities. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our first year of using this, could we have then a report of what kinds of, what numbers of crimes have been solved due to flock assistance? Can we have that kind of report?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. One more thing before we go to vote. We have a revised resolution before us with 3 red colored fonted paragraph, whereases. Does everyone see that? And will the motion maker please include in your motion that it is to approve the resolution before us as revised?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my motion is to approve the resolution before us as advised. And should I read the whereases or are they available to the public?
Through the mayor, anything that's provided to the council should be provided to the public. I don't know if they have seen copies, so it'd be beneficial to let the public know what the revised resolution.
Okay, so I'm going to
is.
read the whereases. It says, whereas Flock Safety is the sole manufacturer and developer of the Flock Safety camera and is the only manufacturer and service provider that leases ALPR services. Others require the city to purchase equipment. The technology is also different because it captures motion and not just license plates. And whereas there are no local vendors offering this equipment and or service giving the city council the authority to authorize this lease agreement without application of the local purchasing preference pursuant to Marina Municipal Code Section 3.16.070. And whereas Flock Safety has a sole source agreement with evidence.com, the evidence management system used by the city's police department. And that's in addition to the previously uncorrected version.
Which is in our agenda packet provided to public last Friday. Okay, so if there are no further comments or questions, let's go to a vote. Please, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. So that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Chief Russo, to all of your department and to our guests tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen, and your colleagues.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good Thanksgiving week.
You
All
as
right,
well.
so, okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to public comment that was foregone earlier. So this public comment is anything on your mind, except for the Monterey County Mayors Association. And but anyway, so now we'll start with public comment. And who in the public here today would like to speak?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, are we doing this before the other pulled consent agenda?
Now that I got it started, yeah, but I
Okay.
forgot about that. Thank you, Brian. I completely forgot. So how many people would like to speak here in person? I see 2 hands up, 3 hands up, 4. Okay, and then how many people online? Please raise your hand. Mia, thank you. Grace, thank you. All right, so we have 2 speakers online and 4 speakers in person. Let's start with in person. Phil Rowland, welcome. Thank you for being patient tonight. Everybody, thank you for being patient tonight.
Chandler Rowland, a Marina resident. The 2002 MST annual report states the Project Sur bus program would connect Salinas and the Monterey Peninsula up to 15 minutes faster than the existing Route 20 express schedule. Upon recent questioning, an MST employee states that between the Marina and Sand City transit stations, the new 2 bus lanes would save 10 minutes in travel time. The savings of only 10 minutes in travel time would cost possibly $100 million in tax grant funding and destroy 6 miles of environmental landscape between Marina and the Sand City stations. I do not trust MST management, but the city council must work with the only public transit organization the county has for disadvantaged citizens. The possible 100 million cost of the project, if it was city money, you would have a city planner working overtime to figure out how to get out of this financial environmental mess. Also, in the 2022 annual report on the SURF project, MST states it expects 880,000 fewer local vehicle trips during the first year of operation. When these 880,000 passenger riders use the new 2-lane bus lanes built between Marina and Seaside transit stations. However, the TAMC executive director states the 880,000 passengers will be non-owners of vehicles similar to the present day riders using the Route 20 line between the two stations. I tend to believe the TAMC executive director's theory regarding non-vehicle ownership, but doubt there being hundreds of thousands of local citizens, elderly students, employees, disabled riders available out of a county a population of 467,000 citizens. Once again, MST and TAMC are attempting to confuse and mislead both the Monterey population and the city council members as to the project surfed advantages versus the major environmental destructions and the $100 million in taxpayer funded costs. Now, the lady tonight, who's a member of MST, said that they do have the ability to check what the riders total at various locations within their system. She mentioned it, that each bus has this ability. And yet I received 2 documents in writing from the general manager and another employee saying they do not have the information for the 2022 Marina to Sand City express route, 20 express route. So either they have it or they don't have it. I don't trust them. This is something I think you could really seriously look at. It's something you just can't pass by. This is a lot of money. If it was your money, you wouldn't do it, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. We'll go to our esteemed planning commissioner, Glenn Woodson.
Who is speaking tonight as a resident of Marina. So I have 3 quick things. First off, with public comment, I would suggest or ask that as we go through this, maybe alternate back and forth when we have public comment between online versus in person, because we have different views on points sometimes, and we can feed off of what comes up in the other side. So to get just some consistency across it is maybe alternate between online and in person when we actually have people here, which is nice. The second thing I want to talk about is very quickly, it's my bone of contention is with future development. When we have future developers come into the city and we have engineering reports, I think it's very incumbent that we as the planning commission and we as the city council make sure that the reports that are presented to us from an engineering perspective are actually not lied to and are followed through with. And this is in the case of Starbucks and Del Monte and Reservation. And they specifically told both the planning commission multiple times and the city council that the exit only route on Del Monte was for exit only. It would be designed and engineered that way. And that is absolutely not the case. Anybody on the city council, the police department, any resident can sit over there and see the number of people making right-hand turns. The adding of the no right turn in is nice, but it will not solve the overall fact that the developer deceived both of the regulatory commissions that were tasked to do this. And we need to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. And I'm not sure the best way to do that. Maybe it's having more integrated public works involvement into the design, but we need to kind of look at this so we don't have this issue happen again, because it is not solvable at this point easily. The third thing I want to talk about very quick, my last minute and a half, is kind of my input to the staff, because now with the item on the mural being tabled, it really comes, I think it's going to come back to staff, is twofold. Number one, if we are going to have a mural that recognizes young women and their importance to developmental society and as a representation to drive our youth to think, we probably should not be putting them on the side of a bathroom. That is not necessarily the best mural idea to put there. There's lots of landscaping, there's lots of other things. We should look at using something that's more attuned to it than putting faces of people that we want to stand up and on the side of a bathroom. The second part of it is the structure of the names. And I understand lots of things, we can't make a big decision. Malala Yousafzai, Pakistani, I completely understand why she's there. I'm not going to get into the issues of Greta Thunberg one way or the other because I don't have time. But my point being that if we are going to, again, pick women that are making constant change, then pick a theme. In this case, the theme could very easily be women who make a positive impact on society at a very young age. And if you're going to do that, then you look at somebody like Mahala, and then you could go to Sarah Mardini, Halima Aden, Rima Rimu, Amara, even Simone Biles. Consistency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Glenn.
Hello, City Council. How nice to be standing here on this side of the dais. I just want to thank you for pulling this item number 10F2. Not only was it very controversial in its nature, but most importantly, it is the way that it was handled, as Glenn was referring to. It's better that we have proper procedure so that the public can actually have an input, not just something put on the consent agenda. So I hope that it will be coming back to the public with some form of proper procedure so that we can all have a say. And on that, I thank you. And
Thank you
happy
very much.
Thanksgiving.
To you too, Lisa.
Good evening again, council members and mayor. I also wish to speak to the mural project. Marina Youth Arts has been involved in a few of the murals here in Marina and have been honored to do so. I have to say, I agree with Glenn Woodson that if you're going to do something that honors women, why not women in our own community or even in California or in the United States? Neither one of those young women have anything to do with us, our community. But I also believe that it is an appropriate process to suddenly put something on the agenda that has not gone through any other process for selection. When we did our city logo, guess what? We decided on a competition. We had 3 finalists. And finally, the council, during a public meeting, chose the winner. There are all sorts of processes that you can do that include the public. And therefore, the public is not going to come up here because they're upset about the lack of process, because that's what I'm hearing, is the lack of process for choosing something as significant as public art. Public art says something about us as a community, and it should reflect the community that it sits in. I've traveled all over the United States and the world, and the public art I've seen has been a reflection of the people that live there. It's been their scholars, it's been their artists, it's been a true reflection. Go to Florence, go to New York, go to San Francisco, and you will see a reflection of those communities in their community art. We have something that I'll be presenting to the council probably next month, that we will have a new sculpture in this community, a bronze dolphin that will go in one of the roundabouts because we've managed as a community to raise the money to do it. So I would like you to think about that before you bring a mural back to the council, that you engage the community in a real way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we'll go online and welcome back Grace Silva Santella. Try one more time, Grace.
Can you hear me, Mayor and City Council?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'm speaking also on the mural at Loch Padden Park. And I'm going to read a letter that I sent to all of you. I hope you all had a chance to receive it. I want it to be read into the public record. Public art is important to how we celebrate and enjoy our lives. My husband and I often walk the streets of Sand City to enjoy the murals in Sand City. I have a close friend who recently went through a public review process, an extensive public review process, when his family funded a mural installation at Monterey Library. And some months back, I listened to you, council, go through lengthy consideration of the professionally installed mural at the Marina Catalyst business. My concern on this particular item is that before we move forward with public art installations, including murals, our city needs to have in place some written guidelines with an established public review process. And here are some of the questions that I think that need to be considered. What should that formal process be for approval of a mural on public land? What's the process for approval of a mural on private property? Before any installation is approved, every property owner, and in this case, this would be the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District directors, should submit something in writing saying that they approve of the design and the proposal. Should there be a submittal process when all artists are allowed an opportunity to submit a mural design for consideration of regarding a specific project? What individuals determine the subject matter to be displayed in a public mural? To ensure the quality of public art, should the artist be required to submit a resume showing the work they have installed? Should the funding source and the budget for the art installation be identified? And should there be a nonprofit that handles that funding source? And what mechanism will be in place to protect the installation, whether it be anti-graffiti, mural coating, solar sourced security monitors? With our downtown vitalization specific plan nearing adoption, South Marina considering a mural on the Century Theater, and Marina Station project moving forward, all of these questions are going to be critical in how we approach public and private art installation. In addition, I think it's time that our city have a public arts commission, and the members of that commission can be people with professional art background, experience teaching and instructing in the arts, or background working in the nonprofit art sector. Our household loves public art. I look forward to public art being a mainstay of Marina, but I think we need critical guidelines in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. And now we'll go to Mia N. Welcome, Mia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, I wanted to comment on the MST presentation that sounded more like a marketing pitch than anything. It seemed like smoke and mirrors, the numbers weren't really explained. Like Phil, I agree that it doesn't sound right. It's like 800,000 more ridership, and there's no specifics as to, who took the survey, what age, where they're living. When I want to see a presentation, I just want to see specifics, how it benefits Marina and its citizens. What I want to see is buses routing me from the Dunes area to Central Marina during lunch hour so I can eat at the restaurant there without driving. What I would like to see is someone living in Central Marina being able to take the bus to go to the movies at the Dunes. Something that wasn't addressed. Everyone can make predictions. I predict I will earn 66 million next year, right? But how do I prove that prediction? And that's what I want to see in the next presentation. I don't want to see overinflated numbers. I would like to see actual facts. And there was a lot of words like seem, I think, very uncertain terms of words that were used. So that's not something that brings me confidence in the presentation. The other thing I've asked before is, how do they justify their ridership? How many of the Marina citizens are taking the bus from here to Sand City as of now? And why, what predictions are being used to say that, hey, that number is going to increase by 100-fold? Someone explain that to me. The next thing I would like to raise is there was mentioning of being cities compared to make that prediction. And I would like to hear what cities were used to compare. Are you using East Coast, New York, Washington, DC numbers where public transportation and commute is a lot more advanced and a lot easier than it is in California? I used Google, for instance, to figure out how long it would take me to take Central Marina based on the services that are currently offered. It will take me 27 minutes just to get to Cafe Mia. And, if you have an hour of lunch, 30 minutes. That's already half of my lunch. So I can't efficiently take the bus to get, food or coffee or whatnot. So therefore, I'll still need a car. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mia. All right. To the people concerned about the surf, I would like to double back with you offline and get those questions because I have a meeting with the management to talk about the surf project. So I'd like to circle back with those who are speaking up about the surf project. So I'll contact you offline. That's the end of our public comment. There is one other hand that's up that came up after we already settled on the speakers. So we'll close public comment at this point. And any questions or comments, staff, that you want to respond to now instead of getting back to these commenters after tonight? Okay. All right. So then we'll move to Monterey County Mayors Association. That happens once a month. We talk.
Mr. Mayor.
Ooh, yeah. See, I don't have it written down. So let me slow down and go to our pulled item, which is item F1 regarding our tree committee. And let's have Brian McCarthy, our Councilmember McCarthy, start us off on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In July 2022, before I was on the council, I sent an email to the then council, some of who are sitting in the audience, some who are still up on this dais. And I made a recommendation that the city take a look at a process for appointing commissioners and committee members based off of either district or council member. And I think this has a couple of different benefits. One, I think that it may increase some diversity of voice. And it may alleviate some of the stress from the mayor and the mayor pro tem from going through the process of soliciting and selecting different commission members. Since that time, I've engaged with staff a couple times on this issue, and I just don't seem to be getting a lot of traction. So I wanted to bring it up tonight for the council to discuss before we approve any more committee or commission members. I don't believe our code specifies exactly how commission members must be selected. It does say that I think that the council must approve that, but even that I'm not sure of, so don't take my word for that. But again, I'd like to recommend that the council consider changing up the process a little bit so that we do encourage that diversity of voice. We as a council decided we were going to districts for a couple of reasons. One, because we were being sued, and then two, because I think that we thought that it may help with that diversity issue. And so I want to put that on the table and hear from my fellow council members how they feel about it.
Okay, let's get some direction by our city attorney. So our agenda item is to extend the appointment of the current tree committee members. So there are going to be some arguments perhaps in favor or in opposition to that. But I want to try to make sure that we constrain our comments relative to the tree committee. Okay, anyone else tonight? Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Specifically on the tree committee, I think that the resolution is very limited to just extending the term, which I'm in favor of if all these people are still available. And since we looked at this February 7th, it's almost a year. So I think I'd like to hear whether these folks are still available before we go and adopt the resolution.
Okay, do we know if these folks are interested and available to continue?
They are. They've expressed interest in continuing on, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anything else, Kathy?
No, thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
So to Councilmember McCarthy's points, I think just we have to have a agenda specific discussion on all commissions process of how we do it now, how we might change in the future. But within tonight's narrow scope of tree committee, we probably can't get too far in that direction.
I guess I would look to the city attorney. It puts me in a rock and a hard place because my inkling would be not to approve because we haven't looked at our process for how we're doing that. So do you think it's appropriate to have some discussion about the selection process?
You're the mayor. I think you're putting me in the middle. But the code already provides for a process for appointing members to the tree committee. So if that's something that you would revisit, I would agree that would be a separate agenda item to have the discussion about how you might want to review or modify the existing processes we have in place. Certainly you could provide direction tonight to come back with a larger item, but really tonight the question is whether to extend the term or not.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Viala?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution number 2023 whatever to extend the term of the current tree committee members for 1 year.
Okay, is there a second?
I wonder if we could make a friendly amendment to that.
Okay, well, let's get a second first. I'll second. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Was there a second?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wonder whether we can, instead of 1 year, perhaps for 6 months, so we can take a look at the council member, McCarthy, sorry, as concern. So rather than locking him in for a whole year and putting this off for another year, perhaps we extend it for 6 months while we come up with a policy.
As the maker of the motion, I would like to stay with the 1 year resolution. And may I make a comment that I think that the whole issue of appointments should occur, but I will guarantee that it will be more than 6 months. I think it's more than the process. It's also the interview questions. I mean, there's a lot to the appointments and I've not been myself so in favor of our process, but it's going to take a long time. And I don't want to delay the tree committee in any way. So, no,
Substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve the tree committee extension for a period of 6 months. And we ask that staff come back with some possibility on our process for appointing all commissioners and committee members that maybe involves a little bit more reflection of the uniqueness of this council. And what I would say with that motion, if I can get a second, is that allows us to continue and not delay any process, but also allows staff to come back with some alternatives.
I would like to second that.
Okay. All right, my comment on the substitute motion is that I agree with Councilmember Viala that 6 months is not enough time to finish this item. And the tree committee in this case hasn't even been interviewed. This isn't, what we're dealing with tonight is not a symptom of the concerns that you have. This is just trying to keep a committee going and give them a year because they have a agenda of issues that they're working on. So I'd like not to interrupt what they're doing and give us the time, since it's not on our council priorities, and it could take a significant amount of staff time, that we allow ourselves a reasonable amount of time, which is probably more than 6 months, and not try to hurry this or tell staff that this is more important than some of the other things that they're doing that are on our priority list.
Mr. Mayor,
One second,
I
please.
would like to interrupt for a moment, if I may.
Please wait for your turn, Nancy. We haven't.
You
gone to
didn't
public
give
comment.
the public a turn. You
We're
went
going to
to
go
a
to public
motion.
comment. Nancy, you're just out of order, but we're going to go to public comment. Okay. Councilmember McCarthy, did you have?
I did, Mayor, maybe I can ask staff, I mean, the level of effort to come back with something that provides some basic alternatives. Does staff feel like that would, and I know there's a lot on your plate, but it seems like a relatively simple request from me. I know we tell you that all the time. So I just want to get some feedback from staff. How many staff hours would it take to come up with some?
I can tell you that our staff is completely overwhelmed right now. We talked about it again in our meetings. They are completely overwhelmed. I don't know how long something like this would take, but it always takes more time than you think it will take.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Fisher.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. How many members does the tree committee have? I mean, I can see how many they have, but is that the maximum number?
5.
Okay, so we cannot add them. Okay, that's too bad. Okay, thank you.
If we did add, we'd run into the problem of how to interview them.
Yes. No, just to see if there's, because I agree that I would like this to be discussed for all commissions, because like the Public Works Commission, there are just a few people on there, and many residents are new residents that might not even be aware that people can apply. So, but I also understand that staff is very, very busy. But I don't see that solved by next year. So, but that needs to be a separate issue. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman McCarthy, did you have more comment?
I don't, not at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go to public comment. And if you'd like to speak in person, can you raise your hand so we get an idea? All right. Nancy, you want to talk? And
I
then
would, Mr. Mayor.
online, can you please raise your hand? So far, we have Margaret Davis and Jeff Markham on this issue of tree committee appointments extension. Okay, so we have the two of you online. All right, so that'll be it for our speakers on this item. Please proceed, Nancy, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. This is somewhat out of order because my understanding is the public is supposed to speak before there's been a motion and discussion by the council. So what I would like to say, two things. Number one, the tree committee only meets 4 times a year, and to try and to limit them to 6 months, they might get 1 meeting, and there's a lot more work to be done by the tree committee than can be solved in a single meeting, and then having to go through an appointment process. The appointment process has been used for several decades now. And although I have disagreed with the appointment process in the past, and I still do, I understand the workload of our staff, and that this council and previous councils have given their direction for the year and then added to it. And there is at the beginning of every agenda at the top of the page, do not add something, a new priority, unless you're willing to take something off. So I would suggest that we stick with this, and at your next council city manager retreat, and which is when you provide direction for the next year, that's the time to add this. Adding things midway through the year makes it extremely difficult for staff to be able to follow through, to get it all done. And then there is the complaint, how come you didn't accomplish this and how come you didn't accomplish that? So please respect your staff and their time, and understand that the system isn't perfect, I agree, but this is not the time to change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go online to Margaret Davis. Welcome back, Margaret. Margaret, if you're there, we're ready for you.
Sorry, I didn't see I was not unmuted. Yeah, I agree with Nancy that let the staff work their rhythm, and the tree committee has important things to do and to consider. So at the appropriate time, take measures, but not just abruptly derail what's going on.
All right. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Margaret. For the final word from the public, let's go to Jeff Markham.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to speak as a tree committee member. I'd like to remind the council that the tree committee did not meet during the pandemic, I think for almost about 2 years. And so when we met, we started out trying to make up time. I think we perhaps naively assumed that we would have a 2-year window. So we've already set out an agenda that we'd like to accomplish over the next 2 years. So to interrupt that, I would say would be something that would be disappointing to us. I think, like me, we were all volunteers and we went through an interview process, and I think we're not just appointed per se, we're actually people that are involved in what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, we'll close public comment and come back to council. Any comments or questions? Go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dorkson.
I do have a question heading up the rec commission here that hasn't met because we haven't had the staff. No offense to anybody out there. I know that notice to people involved and interested, terms come and go and lapse. Was there appropriate opportunities for anybody else interested in being on this committee provided? So strictly a very objective question, or was it just assumed? Because if there's somebody sitting in perhaps a new district that didn't know that they could be part of this, I just fear there might not have been enough notice requirement to them.
Is your question relevant to the tree committee? I thought it was.
Yes, relating to the tree committee. To this tree committee, did people get a chance to put in and be considered?
No, because the committee did not meet until February. They had training with the city attorney in March, and they did not have a formal meeting until June. So it did not seem very efficient to reconstitute the committee, which takes about 3 months when they barely got reformed. They didn't really have a full meeting until June. So it didn't seem fair to a group of volunteers to make them re-interview for a position that they barely got trained up for in June. So.
Is that how we usually do things though with extensions? Because I don't think that happened with the Recreation Commission.
I can't speak to the Recreation Committee, so you have to speak with Andrea. But in terms of the tree committee, a decision was made to push forward on a 1-year recommendation to allow them to. And they've literally only looked at 2 or 3 tree permits, and so it just didn't seem very efficient to reconstitute the committee. And in terms of the district, that issue, I was not aware of that until tonight. That issue has not been brought to my attention. And so staff will be aware of that issue moving forward.
All right. Anything more, Christine? I'd like to mention that COVID, of course, was an extraordinary period of 3 years. So coming out of COVID, if there are some discrepancies compared to normal practice, hopefully they'll be behind us very soon. But coming out of COVID, there are all sorts of adjustments that had to be made. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think knowing there's not great support, I'd still like to keep my substitute motion on the floor, just as kind of a documentation of kind of my perspective on this. I do want to make a couple more comments. I just, I've always told Lane, tell us no when he thinks that things are going to be too much staff time. So I appreciate that. Having said that, I guess I am a little surprised. I mean, I'm not talking about code changes here. I'm talking about what I would have thought was 4 to 12 hours worth of work over 6 months to just kind of create a policy that says, hey, instead of the mayor pro tem interviewing these folks, that each council person through some process is able to appoint or recommend an appointment preferably from their district. And I think that we really have to think about being nimble on some of these small things also, and it's a difficult balance. So I'll keep it at that for now. It's something, again, for me, I've been asking for 18 months. So hopefully I don't have to wait another 18 months, but maybe the will's just not on this dais, and that's okay too. But I appreciate the discussion, and I hope we can move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we don't change anything and it does get extended for 1 year, what is the process? Will will candidates be invited sometime during the year before the extension is over?
Yes, we'll follow the normal process, but this is, as the mayor pointed out, this is a little bit of an irregularity because of COVID, that the council voted in February to reconstitute the body. We met with the city attorney to give them some Brown Act training, and then we worked with them to create a work plan. And then they had their first real tree permit not till June. And so then to reconstitute the body, it takes actually 3 months. We released the recruitment with the city clerk. We then get with the chair and vice chair of the commission to interview the people. And then there's recommendations from the planning commission to the city council. That all takes, a period of time. And so that was the justification. It's a little bit of an irregularity, but to answer your question, yes, we will have the normal process.
And that will start a couple months before
Exactly.
this expires. And I
Exactly.
do totally understand that COVID was not a normal time. And I would like to thank all the volunteers who do serve that time, or serve, that's not a good way to say that,
Serve.
who to serve. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Guido.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
I want to thank you for explaining that process, Guido. There was a whole lot there that I did not know. So
Okay.
I appreciate the timeline and all the staff that is done. Just a point of clarification that I didn't have anything to do with any of the appointments as Mayor Pro Tem. The only ones that I've done have been our rec commission with the mayor. So I'm not sure what other person up here made the recommendation for a tree committee, but thank you.
Yeah, the tree committee, I think, is done by the planning commission chair and somebody else.
That's correct.
Who else is on there? Maybe the tree committee chair?
I thought it was the chair, vice chair of that.
The
Yeah,
vice chair of the planning commission and the chair
Yeah.
of the planning commission appoint the tree committee
right.
committee people. Okay, yeah, the nimble approach works until it doesn't work. We have 4 news bins that are murals on them. We have 6 electrical boxes and 4 walls, all went through a very nimble process. But tonight, that nimble process, I think, met its end. And so trying to redo an ordinance in a nimble fashion that has various pieces to it that people would like to see addressed, I think is going to be far from nimble. Probably be at least 2 city council meetings and then staff time on either end of those. But it needs to be done, but it hasn't been done for decades for the same reason. It never seems as important in the moment as these other things that we're doing. But, you know, it's one of those that will never get done until some of us say, let's make it high enough priority. All right, so we're going to vote on the substitute
I
motion.
remove my substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
You remove the substitute motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. We have the original motion on the floor, which is to adopt the resolution before us, extending the appointment of the current tree committee members for 1 year until January 1, 2025. So if any more comments or questions? No, I don't see any. So will all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. And for keeping me in line as far as next item now is the County Mayor Association already met this month. We talked about it at our last council meeting. The next one is in Monterey, first week in December. So let's move on to any council reports on meetings or conferences attended. We'll go to City Manager Lane Long.
I just want to make a quick report on, we had a promotion process that was effective on Monday where our interim chief Rousseau and our interim commander Cox are been officially promoted to police commander positions. This does not mean that he is continuing to be our acting police chief, but this is a promotion to where they are permanent commander positions in the city. So we congratulate them.
All right, thank you for that announcement. Any other announcements from staff or council? I'm sorry, on meetings and conferences attended? All right, then we will be adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful meeting.